Yo, what are we on? 798? Something like that. I don't even know. It's 798. Look at me. Look at me knowing. Got that, got that. Oh, I didn't even set any of that stuff up yet. I don't even know where my cameras are. Alright. And boom, we're live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Wilchester Experience. This is going to be episode 798. Depth per session. Well, what are we doing? Let's just, you know, pick up where we left off, right? Oh, yeah, see? My cameras are... Look at my cameras all... We're on the last page. Look at me. I took a detour. I worked on a whole bunch of merch designs. I got a few that I forgot to get back to. That I think I know what I want to do with them now. I think I may perhaps know what I want to do with those designs that I kind of just left hanging. Alright, let's do this. Last page. Oh wait, I already got a picture of this, right? Yes. Send it to myself, set it up, do the whole thing, get the page going. I like the idea of finishing the page tonight. And then whatever. Move on to some emotes. If you're following me on X, G Mr. Drew on X, go follow me on X. I tweeted, my algorithm was just full of Naruto. I ain't even like it. I didn't even like how much Naruto my X feed was throwing me, and I was just like, you know what? Fine, I'll work on them. I'll finish these from 2016 before I before y'all ever heard of me. There we go. The chat's actually up and working. Cool. Is it this one? Yes. Drop you in here. Open you up. Get you in here. What's going on? Get in there. There you go. That's crazy that I actually get to see that like that. Okay. There we go. Hmm. That was almost perfect. All right. Well, I got two panels like that. Yeah, I was looking at this thumbnail earlier today and I was like, ooh, I get to pull up the world map. I might have to work on the world map in a bit. I know I left y'all hanging with the next continent map. We'll get back to it. I haven't forgotten about it. I reversed them. Refer to map for location. Yep. Look at me leaving myself notes. And where? Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, this is digital. Okay. I was like, what did I... I was like, what are these words? A... Okay. Simple enough. Oh, okay, so I just cut that one out. I went from here to there, so I cut that out. Big John. Look at me. Look at me. Of course that stops. How's that look on? Alright, so they're even. They're side by side like that. That's cool. That's what that is. I'll do that. Yo, like Michael Caine, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm Michael Caine, I'll do it. So I got the emotes. I need to fix this. And it gives me 3 spots to fix it. I don't like that. Piece of concept art. The world map. Where is the world though map? Now before I get started, kind of just mentally prepare myself for whatever's next, right? Oh, dang. I can't believe this is how I left it. That's right. I need to figure out all this, which is exciting because the things that I'm working on in writing kind of deal with this area. Just a different... Either way. Like, not what I'm writing in the script, but what I'm writing as far as, like, way ahead of the script. You know? All the footnote stories and all that other stuff, like, all that stuff. I'm kind of working a little bit on this area. And, yeah. I kind of wanted to get things right. Let's see, what else? Okay. Gotta fix this. And then finally, finalize all this stuff. And I didn't really do much on this side, right? I just kind of mapped it all out. Yeah. Yeah, so that way I can kind of draw it proper and draw all these things. Okay. So yeah, we'll get back to the map after the emotes. Kind of looking forward to those emotes. I always want to be dropping lulls on people. As much as I slime on them, you know, I more often than not want to drop some lulls on them. Alright. Yeah. So there's that. Alright, that makes sense. Make it less so. So I'll make that more so. Alright. What are these? I was watching well, the other day, or sometime within the past week or something like that, on X, the algo threw me, One Frame Man, and I was like, I really didn't like look into it or anything, so I didn't know what it was about. I figured it was about One Punch Man, but I didn't even know like season 3 came out. It's like, you know what I mean? Season 3 punching in late. So I see that, and then just yesterday sometime, I see somebody like talk about what it was, and I was like, yo, I can't believe they did One Punch Man like that. I don't know the development studio, but I do recall seeing that animation style before. Godzilla on Netflix, I forget what it was called. It wasn't -1, was it? The Netflix 3D anime Godzilla. I kind of watched like 1 or 2 episodes, and then like I just stopped watching Netflix altogether. So I never really saw that. But whatever the Netflix Godzilla was, that was done in that style. The Berserk anime that they brought back a couple of years ago, something like that. A few years back, whatever. Like they tried. They tried that anime style. That it's like that 3D, cell shaded 3D kind of style. I don't know. I don't want to. Like, I feel bad saying, but it's like, it just don't hit. It just don't hit. What are you? Okay. It's closer to half. Alright. So 13.5 minus. And then 5 1/4 minus. But yeah, man, I can't believe they did One Punch Man like that. Like, I just wonder what did it, I remember when One Punch Man came out, a part of what sold it was the fact that, like, it was like this really small time manga that just had like some really, I don't even think it was like a full broad spectrum like like comic book size, full paperback. Like I think they were just kind of like short skit stories, like certain like short scenarios, kind of more like I don't know, like newspaper comics, you know what I mean? More so than like a full issue. Maybe it started becoming full issue later or something like that. I could be wrong about that. But it was like celebrated because not only was it like a small time manga, but like the art style wasn't even all that. It was all about the storytelling. And it was like a real big up to smaller publishers or smaller artists. It was like a real it was like, you know, putting on Front Street for people to kind of see like anybody can make it. It was one of those like if this guy can do it, anybody can do it. And One Punch Man came out, and then One Punch Man was what it was. Season 1 was great. Season 2 I don't even remember as much, but I feel like it was alright, right? You coming back this time? Season 2 had to deal with the fighters, right? So I had to like, which was interesting to me. I think I believe I talked about it on a previous, you know, whenever that season came out. I probably talked about it back then, but it was a interesting. It was interesting for me to see the relationship, the comparisons and the contrasts of the heroes and then just like non-hero fighters. They don't save people, but they fight. You know what I mean? Like they fight in tournaments, they whatever. But the heroes are also fighters. You know what I mean? So you had like hero fighters and then just fighter fighters. And then there was like that juxtaposition of character interaction and those sort of scenarios. Season 2 was like kind of cool. I don't really recall all that much, so I don't know how well like that story was told, you know, but it's good. You know what I mean? Like season 2 was still good. It still looked like season 1, and even though I can't really recall anything, I'm sure it still had like the bombastic moments in it. I think it says something that I actually remember the story more than anything else. So yeah. Wait, is that? Oh no, I need to get that as well. Does make sense. I'll switch up that. I'll switch how that panel looks because I know what's going on in it. I don't need it to look exactly the same like the panel next to it. It doesn't make any sense. I'll switch that one up. Anyway, but yeah. And I never read the manga, never paid attention. I just thought it was a good show that had a good premise. You know what I mean? It's amazing what kind of storytelling you could tell when you look past the action and you just get to the characters. You know what I mean? I think that's what One Punch Man did very well. That being said, that 3D whatever art style, you know, I don't know, man. I feel like either whoever's doing that style needs to figure it out, or I don't know. it seems so minimal. And you know me, I celebrate the minimalism in things like 8-bit pixel art, um, the beaded art, uh, things like that. Like the other day when I was working on the chibi emote animation and talking about simplification, like I think simplification is great. I tweeted recently uh, the the guy who worked on Samurai Pizza Cats, who did all the character designs. I tweeted about how those character designs across the board, like throughout the entire show, every single character, they all have a great character design. It's amazing how much they just took an animal and then broke them down to polygonal shapes, and you know what I mean, made that whole like robotic look to them, even though they still looked like they're the animal that they were supposed to be. It's great design. You know what I mean? The fact that they were able to do it, dogs, cats, birds, rats, turtles, you know, you name it. Like, whoever the artist is, here we go. Whoever the artist is that like did all these, like, see what I mean? Cats, rats, birds, dogs. I don't even know what she is. But being able to make them look young, old, this, that. Like, the show was great. Some of them had the superhero cut, some of them just looked like regular civilians, like being able to capture all that stuff, but breaking them down into like polygonal shapes, you know, giving them just like triangle ears, essentially, you know, pyramid shaped ears. Like, so I celebrate simplification, minimalism, like I'll big that up all day. But man, that 3D art style, I don't want to poo-poo it. I just want to say that they haven't gotten it right. And the only thing that I would say is they need to consider maybe where they put that style, because it didn't work for Godzilla for me. It didn't work for Berserk for me, and it doesn't seem to be working for One Punch Man Season 3. Especially since One Punch Man has 2 seasons of not that style. You know what I mean? So it's like, who did that? Why did that? You know? Alright, where's this at? $7.5 minus. So I don't know. I feel bad for One Punch Man, One Frame Man, Season 3, because something like this just puts the show out the door. We ain't getting to Season 4. You know what I mean? Like that's gone. Like, if Season 1 was the dopest dope, Season 2 was like kind of cool, and now Season 3 is this. There's obviously like a downgrading pattern happening production-wise for the show. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if the creator is good or bad at business. I don't know if like whoever's responsible for all that stuff just kind of like suckered them into doing something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's like a show like this, usually you want to like put more into it instead of less. And now that it's Season 3, it's okay that Season 2 kind of dipped, season 3 should have been the okay, we learned from season 2, let's get back to season 1 and let's push it in a better direction or something like that. And yeah, that style is not all that great. The last movie I purchased was a movie I never heard of, and I gave it a shot because it was kind of like Ghost in a Shell, supposedly. It kind of is, you know what I mean? Like, it had a little something. Oh, I can't log in right now. But either way, it had that style, but it did it well. But it was also just a movie, not a season. So it's not that the style can't be done, but I'm sure that it takes, just like any format of animation, the more you put into it, the better it will be. 2D, 3D, whatever. So, you know, coming off of season 2, waiting forever, ever, you think, you'd think that they'd want to do it right. So yeah, one frame, man. When I saw it, I was like, oh, that's really bad. They could have, without even knowing anything, I just saw like a quick, like, clip of that shot. I saw a quick clip of that shot, and seeing the one frame kind of just slide across the screen, I was like, why didn't they just put a little plume of dust behind them, or anything like that? Like that was an easy fix. It's an easy fix. Just put anything there, just to acknowledge, you know what I mean? So it doesn't look like a what are those things? So it doesn't look like a PowerPoint presentation, you know what I mean? And then they compared it to the manga, and you see the manga panel and what the anime gave us, and then it was like the manga panel acknowledged a line of action to show like that he wasn't even walking, but that he was sliding. So it's like, okay, he was sliding, so it makes sense that he would kind of be still, you know what I mean? Like, you could slide animatedly, or you can slide still. Looking at the character, I was like, okay, I could believe that that character could slide still, but the manga gave a line of action, and the anime just didn't. So it just had this dude sliding still with nothing, and it was just like, oh. You know, do I want to save this here? Yeah, super bummer. You know, I was gonna say, like, that style, I don't want to, like I said, I think it just hasn't found its place. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, well, what would be something good for that? And I'm like, I think something a lot simpler would be good. Like, there's so many, like, little cutesy, like, chibi characters. than manga out there. Like there's a lot of artists creating and a lot of mangas out there that have like the little cute chibi characters, you know what I mean? Like they look like these little toy figurines right here. And it's like maybe something like that, you know? Something where it's like more dialogue driven, more story driven, doesn't need to be animated too much. Things like that where you can like, you know what I mean? The style coincides with it. There we go. I think I can remove that. Now we can bring these in. There you go. And then but even saying that doesn't sound right because I recently also just saw exactly one of those little comic little tiny characters, you know, little cute tiny chibi characters, and it was a quick animation. It was like 2-3 minutes, so it wasn't like a full production. But even that, with those chibi characters, had all the production thrown at it because it was such a short, you know, animation, you know, 2 minutes, let's say, give or take. Which is still a lot of animation work, don't get me wrong. But even that, with those type of style characters, the animation quality, through the roof. The animation quality to that thing was crazy. And it's like everything, I mean, clearly, obviously, everything benefits off of having a, I don't know, better production, more animation, but that's what I mean. Not everything needs that though. Not every scenario needs that, not every manga needs that, not every story needs it. I think that style just needs to find its place, and I think it needs to figure out what it needs to do to be whatever better in order to find that place, because clearly it ain't happening. And I get it, you know what I mean? Trying to figure out 3D animation, that's where the money wants to go, and then that's kind of like where the industry is and has been. So they want to figure that out, and having that style and that look and being like, you know what I mean? Like I was watching, like I said, just clips of the One Punch Man show, and I was like, it looks like a video game and not a good one. Like it looks like a not good video game. And I was like, this is the animation? You know what I mean? I was like, did they take like scenes? Did they take scenes from like a video game? Like I was like, did One Punch Man have a video game come out? Am I getting this wrong? Is it not the actual anime? Because the anime was 2D animated. You know, I'm sure there was some 3D elements involved, but I'm like it's just it's jarring. It's jarring how like whatever it's become. Ooh, do I can get rid of that, right? I can get that. Alright, I'll leave y'all with that while I do this part. I don't know, One Punch Man deserves better. I mean, if you know anything about me, I got my Patreon. My Patreon tiers are based off of the One Punch Man show, so clearly, like, I'm a fan of it. You know. Like, actually, I think I could even pull this up for y'all. Is that in here? No, 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 no. Yeah, it's the first picture. Of course it was. And so, like, I drew these things, I don't even know how long ago. Back when I was still doing conventions. Looking at that Naruto painting is like back in those days, you know? Like, clearly I'm a One Punch Man fan. So, like, nobody wants to see something that they love get destroyed. And I heard about One Frame Man, and I was like, well, that definitely sounds like a One Punch Man reference. And then here I am, like, a week later, like, learning, oh, is that what happened? Yeah, needless to say, I won't be partaking in watching it. Okay. Where you at? This, got that. I need a page. Ooh. How dare you? Before I just do that. Okay. Art supplies, I don't want to stain nothing. Okay. Quarter plus. Half minus. Hmm. Wait, what? 13.5 minus. What are we doing? Yeah, I'm so happy to be working on the last page here. Just because it's gonna like this was what it was, right? And the story structure that I set up for myself is gonna kind of be a rinse and repeat of what happened here, because I shouldn't say each chapter, but you know, the way that I plan on telling the story, the pacing is gonna oscillate. It's just the format that I kind of chose to go with, you know, 3 plus. Ooh. Come on. Dang. Come on. What are you doing? So while this is chapter 0, chapter 1 is gonna come off slightly different, almost like it's also its own thing, and then chapter 2 is also then again going to be its own thing, because chapter 0, this is like a setup for everything, like set everything up, and the story structure that I went along with this one, just because it's the first chapter, you know what I mean, it's the introduction to everything that I'm doing. I just gave it its own unique story structure. So chapters 1 and 2 are actually going to be kind of also the first of their kinds, of like the beginnings of this story, and how y'all readers can expect the story to go for the foreseeable future. You know, it's a good thing I have my stories broken down in you know, many different stories. You know, like fortunately I outlined it a long time ago. So I can go ahead and test out this story structure, because I don't know any other science fiction fantasy medium that does it. Not saying there aren't any. This was something that I chose for myself. Like, as I was writing, I was just like, you know what? You know what I mean? I think every writer wants to, while they have their inspirations, I think every writer kind of wants to have their own thing. So this chapter 0 is actually extremely unique, and it's just the introduction, and it's also like, you know what I mean? If this was anything cool for you at all, you could look forward to having more of it, like in these, like, you know, in the future chapters. But the future chapters will be told differently, with a different set pacing. And those will not be free. You know what I mean? This was the whole journey these past 5 years. You know? Call me greedy. I didn't work hard at all. Let me go grab that. This is so good. Yeah, I designed this thing because I was gonna make it a bookmark. I was gonna turn it into a bookmark. And then I didn't, you know what I mean? I got plenty of bookmarks. That's that. Man, that was such a bad writer. Okay. Alright. How do I want to do this? Okay. For real. Definitely not. Hmm. Am I really gonna have to do that? Yo, Yana, I got O's so mad at me. My algorithm has something on it today. I always call it my algorithm because I don't follow nobody, so you know what I mean? You gotta follow me on X to understand what I'm talking about. So whatever it is that's posting on my timeline, I'm like, I don't know where it came from. Like how I was talking, it was all about Naruto today, and I was like, why is there so much Naruto on it? But I saw a post. I was like, oh man, O's must be really mad. I saw a post on my timeline, and it was like, you know, one of those crummy memes. You know, just somebody splashing a little bit of haterade out there. And it was about like a mangaka or a comic book creator, a writer, whatever you want to call them. You know, doing exactly what I'm doing right now. And the meme was about, oh, my self-insert protagonist manga is garbage. And I was like, ooh, right on the nose. You know what I mean? Like, yo, my algorithm woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I wonder why. A funny thing about my protagonist was I had an idea for a protagonist and I wasn't too sure about it, right? Back a long time ago, years ago, when I was like writing before I started streaming. And I was having like, you know what I mean? Like, cause your main character, it's kind of important to get them right. You know what I mean? I think as much as I have to say about Dragon Ball Z, about how much I think Gohan should have took over as the protagonist, following after the Cell Saga, but then they continued to have Goku. It was all Goku, and everything after that was just like, you know what I mean? Like nothing matters because Goku's always gonna save the day. If Gohan had taken over as the lead protagonist, then all of a sudden you have a series of stories. Even if you tell the same exact story of just like Gohan's always going to save the day, it's at least going to be different because it's Gohan doing it instead of Goku. Different characters. You know what I mean? How does fatherless Gohan save the day? You know what I mean? With his mom Chi-Chi still telling him to read books. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like that alone it just creates a different vibe, but you could tell the same exact thing and Gohan always saves the day type of style if you wanted to. You know what I mean? It gives an opportunity for the other characters to you know, like Krillin can kind of become something, as Krillin was Goku's best friend. Piccolo gets to pick up his dad bag again, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff. Like the other Z warriors get to get involved again if Gohan took over as the lead protagonist following the Cell Saga, as I always figured would have happened, and then it didn't. Way back, right? Once it was Goku, I was just like, oh. You know what I mean? Like, Goku just gonna save the day. Like, who cares? So your lead protagonist is important. Saitama for One Punch Man, it's important for him. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's important for him to be there as that character. That story's different if you look at it from, who's that character? Tsunade's point of view. The story's different if you look at it from Genos's point of view. The story's different, even though you get a lot of Genos like thought bubbles. Like he's kind of like the secondary character, but still, you know what I mean? He still ain't Saitama, and that's the point. But yeah, I saw that post about self-insert protagonist manga being trash. And I was just like, so, like, then your manga's trash. You know what I mean? Like, your manga must be trash. I told a story a long time ago. You start from episode 1 and watch all 800 episodes, please. Go find the episode where I talk about my main character and how I came about choosing them, because it was a journey. It was a journey, you know what I mean? And then somebody said something to me that just, like, I was just like, oh, the journey's over. The journey's over. This is what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I never had to look back at it. I never had to think twice about it. I never had to do anything about it. The character is who the character is. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not a self-insert. It was just a means to an end. You know what I mean? Because I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I was never a writer. I never anticipated ever creating my own thing. Like, even though I always wanted to be an animator my entire life, like, you know, go back, start at episode 1, watch all 800 episodes. Stop when you get to the episode where I talk about, you know what I mean, who, what, when, where, why, and how. I decided, like, oh, that's what I want to do. You know what I mean? My goal was to be an animator. It was never to create my own thing. You know what I mean? So creating my own thing is like weird to me. You know what I mean? Here I am years later. Here I am working on this thing years later, and it was that much work. It was so much work that I had to, like, you know what I mean? Like, stop trying to being just an animator to animate to tell somebody else's story, which is fine. You do that, you know what I mean? But to go from that to don't be an animator, be a creator. You know what I mean? Just the idea never hit me before. It wasn't like who, what, when, what, why, and how. Started episode 1, watch all 800 episodes, stop whenever you get to the episode that I talk about. It wasn't about like, oh, I want to be an animator, work on other people's stuff, and then one day work on my own stuff. It was like, no, I just want to be an animator, pay my bills, live my life, and that's it. You know what I mean? And then 3D, just in scripting. 3D and scripting came in and was like, you trying to do what? Like, and I was like, ah, okay. And but yeah, I saw that post today, and I was just like, do people have something against self-insert main characters? Because I think it happens more often than people are aware. Like, notoriously, a lot of authors. Yeah, this is just gonna keep sliding. What can I do about that? Probably nothing. Just keep holding the paper, I guess. Like people who are big Game of Thrones nerds. Like, they're aware of the Game of Thrones story so much and the authors so much that they know, because the author said it himself, George R. R. Martin, saying that he identifies with not Sam? With the Sam character? Fat Buddy. And then if you know George R. R. Martin, if you've ever seen a picture of him, you know what he looks like. And if you ever watched the TV show, you know what that character looks like. Now, is he the main character? No. But I mean, he's the Krillin to Jon Snow's Goku, right? It's a pretty prominent character. He may even get his own chapters, I'm not sure. That's a self-insert. Do you hate Game of Thrones now? Like, you see what I mean? Like, is Game of Thrones just ruined? It's over! Capital letters, big red letters. Done, finito, never again, canceled, can't do it. Right? Like, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find an author that doesn't self-insert, even if they just kind of like self-insert parts of themselves into different characters, like different characteristics of themselves into other characters. You know what I mean? That way their personalities dispersed throughout the world that they're writing for, as opposed to just inserted into a single character. It permeates throughout the entire universe. I don't know. My algo was on one. My algo was on one today. I wonder why. Spooky, spooky. Well, yeah, it makes me laugh. So go back, start at episode 1, watch all 800 episodes of the Andrew Gloucevsky Experience. Feel free to stop at the episode that I talk about how I came about creating my main character, because main characters are important. And for me, because I never wanted to create characters or anything like that was never my thing. It was just like, no, I want to make like other characters move. Like my whole goal was animation. It didn't matter who I was animating, what I was animating, just wanted to animate. There's already a bunch of cool characters out there. Let me animate one of them. You know what I mean? I'll animate a Batman, I'll animate a gargoyle, I'll animate a dolphin, like I'll animate like, you know what I mean? I'll animate whatever Disney's trying to throw out there, you know what I mean? Like it was just like, let me animate something. So when I created my own thing, and then it was like, yeah, you need a main character. I was like, oh, ooh, dang, like, what to do. And then I wrote this story. Like, I began writing, and I already understood who this character was. Who this character was going to be, how to, you know what I mean? I didn't have the whole thing mapped out probably at that point, but, like, I knew enough. You know what I mean? Like, I knew a lot. And it got to the point where I was like, I really need a main character. I need to know, because I have all this stuff going on. I need to know what this, who this character is. You know what I mean? I need to be able to picture them doing this. And, you know. That was a muscle I never knew existed, intended for it to ever be, you know what I mean, exercised or anything like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I struggled for a while to just be like, how do you make, you know what I mean? Like how I had to study how to write and learn how to write a story and all that other stuff. I had to like start looking up. I was like, how did people make characters up? You know what I mean? Mind you, I had to do 400. It was easier for me to do 399 characters than it was for me to do one, if that makes any sense to you. You know what I mean? Like, I can make up characters all day. Would you need one? Here, take that. You know what I mean? Like, I can make up characters, and I'm not talking about just drawing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, look at that. Like, there you go, new character. Look at him. He's a happy fellow. Go make a story. Like I'm not talking about that. Like, I could literally make characters all day, every day. Like, I understand what it is, but then when it came to the main character, I was like, oof. You know, scratching my head. Like, and then I had a conversation with somebody, and I was like, oh, I'm done thinking about this. Like, you mean I don't have to think about this no more? I was like, bet. Never looked back. Never looked back. So, you know. So, I feel sorry for my algorithm, you know what I mean? My algorithm's so ignorant. I had to look at my algorithm and be like, yo, did baby not get his bottle today? What's going on? Why are you talking about why are you talking about self-inserted characters in a story? You know what I mean? Had to warm up the milk. Like, you know, had it, that, clean it up. Had to do all that. And yeah, if anybody has to understand anything, the only reason why I don't follow nobody no more is I just go follow for follow these days. You know, social media is crazy enough as it is, right? You know, and I feel bad for accounts that don't have any sort of online presence outside of like trying to connect with me. Because if I can't like kind of like look up an account and see who it is, see who they are, see what they are, anything like that, it gets weird. You know, go back, start at episode 1, watch all 800 episodes. I've had accounts come into my stream way back in the day. And, you know, they would spend like a day or two. I chatted up, like, doing the whole Twitch thing. And then this person who I don't even know, just because I guess I've been talking to them for like a couple of days, like, they were like, yeah, can I be a mod? I'm like, it's just me and you here. You know what I mean? Like, every now and then, maybe it's a third person, like, maybe it's a fourth person, maybe, you know what I mean? Like, I got raided sometimes. So every now and again, I'll have, like, some people in there, but I think I've only ever been raided, like, twice, like, ever, 5 years. You know what I mean? So there's an account of somebody I don't even know, but just because they're like talking to me as I'm streaming, they're like, "Yo, can I be a mod?" I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't know how to not be disrespectful and just be like, "I don't even know you, bro." Like we were just kind of cool in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you mean? Can you? Let me be honest. I don't even know what a mod is to this day. Like, I kind of get it, but I don't. Like, I kind of get it, but I don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even really know what a mod is. I barely know how to make emotes. You know what I mean? I tried to make channel points, and my account said, Like, I'm like, come on, man. I did all this work to make channel points. They're like, nope. I'm still like on the cusp of just like learning how to make those animated notifications anytime anybody ever does anything, you know what I mean? New follower, stuff like that. Like, I'm still, like, I looked at that stuff and I was just like, I don't know how to do this. I was like, I'm gonna have to read. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm gonna have to read. You know what that means. That means I ain't getting around to that for a minute. You want me to read? You want me to make you a mod? I don't even know you. So yeah, I feel bad since those days. Because nowadays, if you're trying to follow me and your account doesn't really have any sort of online presence, I don't know who you are. You know what I mean? Like, at least I got an online presence. I'd just be jumping in people's streams, talking to them, saying something dumb. But at least I got an online presence. Like, you can look me up everywhere. You could find me everywhere. You could be like, oh, this him. Look at him talking. You know what I mean? Like, at least I got that going on. It's more than a lot of people, which is crazy. All these weirdos out here. I don't need this up anymore, do I? Yeah, main characters is something else, yeah. I'd be mad judgmental about main characters, you know? Like, take one of my favorite animations. One of my favorite cartoons. Avatar: The Last Airbender. I love Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know what I mean? Like, I love it as much as you do, if not more, you know what I mean? But it's not to say that I haven't had my opinion about the main character in that series, you know? But, oh no, he gonna talk about Angie. I am. Your main character is important. you know. And there are like some elements. As great of a show as Avatar: The Last Airbender. The Last Airbender specifically is great. It's almost perfect. Almost perfect. As that show is. There are not a lot of cartoons out there that are almost perfect. There's a lot of them that are really good. There's a lot of them with a lot of nostalgia. There's a lot of them that you like. Not a lot of them are almost perfect. Now I don't even know if there is a perfect one. You know what I mean? So it's like that's a big up that I can give Avatar: The Last Airbender. But your main character is important. You know, often a lot. I'll see. I'll look at a property's main character and I can decipher the creative process through it. Like how it came to be. And how much did the creator create something, and how much did the creator like how much time and effort went into something as opposed to something else, you know? And like Aang, he's unique to the world. And I don't even mean this in some profound way. I mean this as a detriment. You know? Aang's unique to the world. You know, as an avatar. Like, I think it's cool that like his tattoos light up. But when the series started introducing other avatars, Avatar Kyoshi, Avatar Roku, you know, the cool surf guy, when the series showcased other avatars, Kyoshi, when they got into their avatar state, it was only the airbenders. Like they all, like all of their eyes glowed, so that was unanimous across the board, but it was only with airbenders that their tattoos glowed. And I was like, okay, well it makes sense that all of the airbenders' tattoos glow because Aang's tattoos glow. And then I was just like, well that means that the air nomads, they're the only culture that has tattoos. There were some firebenders who had some tattoos. I don't know if Sparky Boom Man, if that was a tattoo. But then there was like the Rhino Rough Riders, whatever they were called. I think some of them had some like red paint on their faces. Could have been tattoos. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I started to like look at the world, look at the lore and everything like that, and I was just like, well, only the airbenders have a tattooed culture, and the tattoos glow along with the eyes in the avatar state. Like Kyoshi, her tattoos glowed when she did it, and I was just like, okay, so when Fire Nation airbender or Fire Nation avatar, only his eyes glowed. They never showed one with tattoos and his tattoos glowing. Water Nation, Water Tribe, Avatar, goes into Avatar state, eyes glowed. Never showed an Avatar that had a Water Nation, Water Tribe Avatar with tattoos, whose tattoos glowed. Earth, you know what I mean? Same. So it's like, am I mistaken? Kyoshi for Earthbender or Airbender? There was the female Airbender avatar, and then I guess Kyoshi was an Earthbender avatar, so she wouldn't have had the tattoos. I think she had hair. I think I'm mistaken Kyoshi with the air nomad that he meditated and spoke to through meditation. Whatever. Either way, like I noticed that. Now that could be because of my interest in tattoos as well as animation. You know what I mean? But I ain't never heard nobody ever talk about that, so I don't talk about it. I just talk about how good of a show it is. But like, I thunk that stuff a lot, and I was just like, okay, well, I know tattoos are scars with ink in them, but they're scars. So I was like, do when avatars go into avatar state, do their scars light up? Is that what it is? You know what I mean? Like, if Zuko were to go in Avatar state, would half his face just light up? You know what I mean? Like, if Zuko was an Avatar and did that. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, is it the scars that are lighting up? Or is it the tattoos? Nobody ever addresses the tattoos. The air nomads, like, when we lost that culture, no one ever talked about the loss of the tattoo culture. Like, no Earth Nation, no Fire Nation, no Water Tribe, nobody ever talked about how when the air nomads got wiped out, the tattoo culture went with them. You know? Stuff like that. Well, I'm just like, you know, Aang was special in that sense, and especially since he was the only airbender left, so he was the only one with those tattoos. But I guess he was also, obviously, like the Avatar, there could only be one, so whatever, right? But he's the main character. It's easy for somebody to draw a main character in their notebook and be like, that's the main character. You know what I mean? I drew this character. Look at him. He's cool, right? He has arrows everywhere. Well, what's the story about him? He can control the elements, and then you create, you know what I mean? Then you create the Avatar world from the main character, as opposed to having created this world and then put the main character into that world. You know, you see the difference? You know what I mean? Now you have this character with tattoos on him, and then it's like, okay, well, now you gotta go design other characters. And it's like, okay, cool, yeah, I'll design these characters. No tattoos. You know, can't be avatars, so none of them are gonna glow. Stuff like that. So it's like clearly Aang was created, and then everything was created around him, and a lot more energy went into creating Aang just because he was like this cool thing that some, you know what I mean, somebody drew in their sketchbook one day, drew in their notebook. Wasn't meant to be anything until they were just like, hey, you want a shot? Who is this? You know what I mean? And then, Appa, you know, I could see the creator like doodling in his sketchbook in high school, and he drew Aang. He just got this Bald-headed kid, no hair, got arrows on him. What are these arrows? They're tattoos, because I can't have them be paint, because paint can be washed off. So they're tattoos. Okay. Why is he bald? It's hard to draw hair? No. Because he's a monk. Monks are bald. Okay. You flip the page, you know. They're in their math notebook. Flip the page. You got another drawing there. What's this? You got this six-legged monster with horns on it. It's a bison. Well, bisons only have 4 legs and they don't have fingers. It's a sky bison. It flies. Like, does it? You know what I mean? Then they have to figure it out. Like, oh no, they bend the air, because as they figure out the main character controls the elements, so they controls air, so the airbender controls air. You know what I mean? Eventually the story got around to creating, like, okay, so every nation, or you know what I mean, every people, they found their bending call through an animal, and the sky bison was the one who, you know what I mean? And I think it's called a sky bison, right? Like, it's not called like a bird bison, or it's not called a hawk bison or bison eagle or anything like that. It's called a sky bison. While everything else, every other animal in that show was named after 2 animals. You know, the badger bear, the besides the Earth Kingdom, who had just a bear, and they had that whole joke. But that's what I mean. Like Appa was clearly created before the rest of the world, and then the rest of the world was created around them and wasn't given the finesse that was given to Aang and Appa. Why does he have 6 legs? Why does he have fingers? Why is he called a bison? Or a sky bison, named after the sky, which isn't an animal, and then a bison, which is, while every other animal is like the wolf bat, 2 animals, the saber-toothed moose, you know what I mean, the saber-toothed tiger and a moose cross, the badger mole or whatever, you know what I mean, like. And then, like, Fire Nation had dragons. They weren't called, like, bee dragons or anything like that. You see what I mean. Like, there were these unique properties given, or like descriptors given to Aang and Appa that just weren't a part of the rest of the world. You know? And I love that show. So yeah, that's a show that clearly the main character was created, and then the show was created from that. Like you could tell once the show got into production, then you had other people creating more characters. Like obviously they didn't need as much attention. Now they just needed to start populating the story. And then, you know, characters just like the side characters, B characters, uh, NPCs and all that, like they all just became whatever. I don't know if the show ever came across a tattoo artist, you know what I mean? Everyone always talked about like airbender tattoos. Oh, I gotta hide my airbender tattoos. You know what I mean? Like it was definitely a thing. But yeah, the Appa thing always bothered me. So I was like, why you got 6 arms? You know? And why can't he fly? Like, I get the airbending part, but also, like, looking at everything that Aang has to do to airbend and then looking at Appa, I'm like, how did they learn that from that? You know? And then every other flying animal in the show has, you know what I mean, has, like, wings, essentially, in order for them to fly. So it's like, okay, so we just skipped over the fact that Appa doesn't have wings. We just have this created character already, so we're just gonna let that slide. But nothing else in the world can fly without wings, type of thing. You know, but the 6 limbs really gets me, because I'm just like, there are no mammals that are 6-limbed. You know what I mean? There are no animals that are 6-limbed. There's insects, but he's not called an ant bison. He's not called a, you know what I'm saying? Not called a bee bison. He's not called, you know what I mean? He's just floating out there like Shiki. So yeah. It's incredibly hard to create a main character, I feel like. I mean, unless you've already created a main character and then you built the world around them. That's not what I did at all. I struggled with the main character while I just made a story. And I was like, alright, this is going to be a dope story. You know, I didn't try to learn how to write so that I could learn how to make a main character. I had to learn how to make a main character to make one, and I struggled with that until one conversation. And I was just like, you know, pencils down. You know what I mean? So then I just created this character, my main character, and I was just, all right, now he's gonna navigate the story. He's gonna move throughout the world, and then he's gonna encounter characters, and stories and relationships ensue. Never had to think about it again. Hmm. Hmm. So yeah, I'd be curious to know. Like, is it the tattoos that light up, or is it the scars? You know what I mean? Because I feel like that just introduces a soft magic, potentially soft magic tool into the universe. You know, where it's not magic, it's water bending. And then, so if it's not magic, then is it the scars that light up? Because now I just think about like how dope Zuko's scar is, and how you can, when they created Water Tribe Girl, the second series, Korra. When they created Legend of Korra, there was an opportunity to design a character, especially with how like rough and tumble rambunctious she is. You had an opportunity to create a character who could have a bunch of scars on them, and they're not cool airbender, you know what I mean, tattoo scars, but they're like scars from like when she was being rough and rambunctious as a child prodigy, already bending and stuff, you know? Like, wasn't she like a toddler and I think firebending already? Like, didn't they show that? Like, we saw how Aang burned Katara immediately with firebending. Like, little Korra, like, never has she ever. I guess that could be plotted out. She was a waterbender, they healed all of her scars. That would have been an interesting story. Like, my body used to be riddled with scars. Thank God my mama was a healer. I was such a nuisance. All the firebending I was doing, just burning half of everybody and myself. Half of my body would be scars. You know what I mean? Just something. Just, you know what I mean? Like, I think about all that. Like, I used to think about that stuff back when the cartoon was, like, out. And they were showing, like, reruns and stuff. Before Korra. But that's what I'm saying when I talk about, like, creating a main character and creating a show or telling a story or whatever. You know what I mean? You'll have some people that they have the characters ready to go, or they'll have their main character ready to go, but they don't have like everything else ready to go, and then they kind of gotta figure it out. And then the world has to match the character, or you have to, maybe they have a story ready to go, but they don't necessarily have every detail and character and everything visualized and mapped out and figured out. And it's like, okay, I got this character, their name's this, they're this old, they do this, and this is what they run into, and then the story picks up from there. And it's like, okay, well, now you got to design something according to that. And then it's like, well, what are the laws of this world? Is there, you know what I mean, fantasy, science fiction, da 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 da, and then like you can try to like throw in those elements into the design. You know what I mean? Because you already have the world established. Now you're just trying to establish the look of the main character. For me, I'm lazy. I'm lazy. I don't know about you, but I'm lazy. G. Mr. Drew making fitness. I'm lazy. Yo. G. Mr. Drew on OnlyFans. Safe for work. None of that weirdo stuff, you know what I mean? Fitness, motivation, inspiration. I'm lazy. Oh, you know what I mean? Why do you think I made those videos 15, 20 minutes? Is because I know we all lazy. You know what I mean? And it's still just like I said, we all got 15, 20 minutes in our day. So, you know what I mean? I had a conversation and it made it easy for me. Psh, yo. Bet. You mean I don't need to think about this no more? All the thinking and the hard part was was done for me. Psh, you know what I mean? The only thing I'll tell you about the person that I had a conversation with, you know what I mean? So that way you can still go back and watch all the 100 episodes until you find the one that I talk about this. Is that the person I was talking to was the person that like introduced me to like Super Sentai and Sentai Warriors and all that stuff. To me, like all that stuff was like you know what I mean? Like I was like, who? What? And they were like super into it. And then I've learned about that stuff since then. And then like games like Tatsunoko vs. Capcom got interesting to me. Part in due to that person. Ooh. Nah, I never watched that stuff. I still don't, but I'm like, that stuff is cool. Like I think that stuff is cool to me now. Still haven't watched any of it. I see that there's a channel on Twitch that like broadcasts one of them Sentai shows. Never saw that person again either. You know what I mean? It's amazing the people you meet in this life. So yeah, if you're ever anybody who runs into somebody who created something and then you notice they kind of self-inserted a little bit, like don't, you know what I mean? Don't hate. Don't be mad because you weren't there. You wasn't never there. I don't know about you, but I'm lazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, people think being lazy is like a bad thing. Yeah, what's that story and what's that saying about lazy people? I mean, there's an asterisk to the story because I believe it has to deal with something getting done correctly. So, under the presumption that whatever this allegory is, at the end of the day, it is about something getting done correctly. So if you wanted somebody to do something correctly, then you would hire a lazy person, because a lazy person will get it done correctly, quickly, as opposed to a non-lazy person who's going to overcomplicate something and probably not even finish it, you know what I mean? And charge you double, because it took more time. Like, there's a benefit to laziness. What's that laziness allegory, I suppose? Like, laziness. What's that laziness allegory? Let me see. They're talking about it negatively. Chronic laziness, talking about it negatively. Alright. What's that saying about hiring a lazy person? There we go. It was about efficiency. Here it is. So, the saying about hiring a lazy person to do a hard job is often attributed to Bill Gates, but it is not definitively known to be his quote. The earliest evidence supporting this claim dates back to 1920, when Frank B. Gilbreth, you got Gilbreth? Sr. evaluated the motions of workmen to determine the most efficient techniques to perform tasks. Gilbreth found that he could learn most from the lazy man, as they often found the most efficient ways to perform their tasks. This saying has been misattributed to Gates, but it is not his actual quote. There you go. So I must have heard it from like them Bill Gates time when Bill Gates was out here. You know what I mean? Bill Gating it up. And, you know, a long time ago. I'm sure he's still doing stuff, but you know what I mean. But yeah. So it's about efficiency. Kind of like the workouts that I provide on OnlyFans. I say for work, OnlyFans. The work that I do there. The work that I provide there. That's what it was all about. I wanted to create and develop something that was, as an artist and knowing a bunch of artists and knowing how lazy all of us artists are, but also knowing the the chronic health issues that happens to all of us artists. And you know what I mean? Look at all these mangaka that never finish a story, or you know what I mean, just because their lives are, there's like this sedentary aspect to it all, and they never really get their health up and things like that. Like when I was doing these workouts and I was developing these workouts and created the G Mr. Drew Makes Fitness, that was the whole thing. It was to acknowledge, like, hey, I'm lazy, you lazy, we lazy. You know, take 15-20 minutes. You don't even need the weights. You got weights sometimes, great. You don't have weights today, well, do it without it. You got 15-20 minutes. Like, that's the whole up and down of it. You know what I mean? So when it came to creating my main character, and I was struggling, and I was like, I don't know what to do with my main character. Like, I had that one conversation, and it just made it so easy for me. And I was just like, ooh, I'm lazy. I don't need to think about this no more. Psh, bet. I ain't thought about it since. I was like, yo, thank you, Sentai girl. You know what I mean? Wherever you're at, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the kind words and everything. I mean, I don't know how many years ago that was, but the fact that, you know what I mean, she gave me that gift of like, hey, you don't need to think about this no more. You know, and that's what I was hoping the G Mr. Drew Making Fitness would be for people. They would just kind of see it and just be like, 15-20 minutes, I don't even need the weights. I mean, yeah, you kind of ultimately will want to use weights, you know, not if you need to build to get to the point where you want to start introducing weights, but once you're there, yeah. But if you're just getting started and you mad lazy, yo, come on. I figured you would look at this and be like, yo, say less. Say less, I'm there. Hup 1, hup 2, hup 3. You know what I mean? Just follow a 15-20 regimen and go on with your day. You know what I mean? You can avoid them days where you're like, I didn't do it today. You'll never have to worry about that again. Just like I'll never have to worry about my main character's design ever again. Efficiency, effectiveness. Who's better than me? Yo, isn't Bill Gates like a tech guy? I wonder if the search engine that I was using, you know what I mean, splashed a little bit of haterade on him. I'd be like, nah, that wasn't Bill Gates though. It It was somebody named Gilbreth 100 years ago. He ate too much fish. Don't judge him. You got to think about like what was going on in the 20s that was in between the world wars, and then you know what I mean, mass productions. What do they call that revolution? The I don't know, a whole lot of people working revolution, whatever they call that one. A whole lot of people got productive. Like it was around that time that people were doing that kind of stuff. And you know what I mean, like factory workers and all that other, you know what I mean, like all that started happening. All that stuff started popping off. So you would have these assembly lines. You got a bunch, you know, we got a lot of robots doing that stuff now, but before, like it was all people doing stuff. You know what I mean? People operating the heavy machinery. You'd have multiple people operating machinery. You seen those Family Guy? You got Peter Griffin, who works at a toy factory. He's sitting at an assembly line, and they're all assembling toys, and you know what I mean? Like it was that. So yeah, when they're talking about like that Gilbreth, talking about like, oh, he studied the lazy man because the lazy man kind of figured out how to be a little bit more efficient. Like that's what they're talking about. You had all these people doing something, but it was like, who's doing it the most? And then they look over at the guy who's doing it the most, and they're like, what's he doing? We're like, yo, he paid the cost to be the boss, yo. You gotta show respect where respect is due. That's why I don't tolerate no disrespect, even from my algorithm. Oh, I'm tripping. Hmm. Now look at all the lazy people putting, I'm lazy on my, on the resume. Nah, I'm lazy, I swear. But in a good way. So that's where I'd be dumb. I'd be like, yo, I'm lazy, but in a good way. And then I'll talk to a smart person and be like, wait, you mean you're efficient? I'd be like, yeah. For sure. So that's why I love smart girls, yo. Smart girls be hooking me up. Me with my way with words. That's why I love me a smart girl. Be a smart girl and talk to me. the Industrial Revolution. That's when, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. So we were going through a couple of world wars, and then, you know, manufacturing, the Industrial Revolution, all that stuff. That's a real reason why people be mad. Real talk. Real talk. That's a real reason why people be mad. You know, when you got people who don't do anything with all the money, and then people who do everything and they ain't got no money, like that's why people really mad. And I'm not saying people that do everything need to have all the money, and then people that do nothing shouldn't have nothing. I'm just saying that that's why people are mad. And we got 2,000 years of recorded history. We got 200 years of history. And we still ain't figure it out. We still ain't figure it out. That's why people be mad, y'all. Oh wow, I hit an achievement? What does that mean? Well, thank you. I don't know what to do about it, but thank you. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Dang, I just remember that show Uzumaki. What's it on? HBO, I think. HBO made Uzumaki. They used that 3D technology in that show, but you see the art style was made to mimic the manga, so it was black and white. So it was kind of hidden and you didn't really notice it, and it's not all that actiony since it's like a psychological horror thriller type style. So like the animations didn't need to be crazy, you know? Like that was a place where that style wasn't terrible. There were some terrible things that happened in that show, like some terrible animations, but I don't think it had anything to do with the style. It had something to do with just like not utilizing other animation tactics better. But as far as like that 3D style being able to be like utilized, like it worked there. You know, slow burns, minimal I don't know what you would call it, information, details, whatever. I don't want to say it was lacking detail because it wasn't, but it was like minimal amount of information since it was only in black and white and not like all colored and shaded and da 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 da, you know what I mean? So like it worked there. So it's not like an all around bad art style or thing to use, but it's like it's failed more than it's worked. I don't know how good it was in that Godzilla show, but I do recall that Godzilla show seemed to be pretty monotone as well. Like almost black and white, but it was like, you know, blue and pink and purple or something like that. Yeah, that's about the only time I saw it utilized, and I was like not mad at it. I actually like rocked with it and even enjoyed the poorly animated portions just because it's like it's comical at that point. You know what I mean? When you're watching horror, something poorly animated can be like a little bit of a break. You know what I mean? Which I think was kind of the point with some of the horror elements in Uzumaki. It's like it's so horrific, it's ridiculous, and you can kind of almost laugh at it. So like that One Punch Man production that's happening in season 3. I mean, I'll wait, you know what I mean? I'll wait, but I doubt it's gonna hit like Uzumaki levels, you know what I mean? Of whatever, because Uzumaki, when it came out, it was already like this is it. And I think that was their second attempt at trying to adapt Junji Ito's work. And I think the first time they did it, they used this. I think they also used that 3D anime style as well, but they added color. And I never watched that show, and I never read the manga, so I don't know how like accurate any of it was. I just know that it wasn't like that great. So people were happy to get like a second chance at it, and then that's when that black and white style like really was like, oh, okay, this actually works with the horror a whole lot better than like trying to add color, even if it's muted color. But yeah, that was something that worked. But Uzumaki and One Punch Man are not the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Like the elements that worked in Uzumaki would not work in One Punch Man, just because One Punch Man doesn't have that. One Punch Man isn't a slow burn with minimal animations or minimal actions. I mean, so I don't know. I'm glad I kind of thought about that. Going all the way back to the beginning of the stream, talking about One Punch Man, One Frame Man. Yeah, just because I really didn't want to like dog out that style, just in case, like, you know what I mean. Let me find out that the production team that puts that together is the same one that worked on Berserk, same one that worked on Godzilla, the same one that worked on, you know what I mean, like all the ones where I was like, it didn't work. Like, let me find out it was the same production team. I don't want to. I don't want to poo-poo it, because it definitely, like I said, it just needs to find its place. And I don't know how much like horror manga is out there, but you know, like, it's not a bad place to start. You know, those slow burn, not really action-y type stories, type mangas. You know, that's why I was kind of suggesting even those little cute, like chibi type manga stories out there, because they're more like character dialogue, just talking to one another, not really moving all that much. I'm trying to think of a show that did something like that, but I don't know if they use that 3D art style. What was that show called? It got super popular, and it had like 2 female characters, and like one of them had like a brick head almost like this, and they both had like eyes, and I think the other one was like a little short one. They were like schoolgirls or something like that. Might have been on Adult Swim, but I think it was on Crunchyroll. I kind of forget, but like one of them was like, oh wait, was like that, and then they had the other girl who was like this, and I forget that show. My bad. I keep drawing them little frowns. But yeah, they had like weird, like a weird stylized look, and I think the show was really comprised of a bunch of like short skits, and not like a crazy amount of animations. You know? I forget what that show was called. I watched a few episodes. shouldn't even say I watched them. I seen them. Anyway. Referencing things from May 2024. What I ultimately go with. As if. gonna have to go get that. Anyways, with that part said, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Been staring at it all night. Check it out. Got links to everywhere there. Merch stores, Patreon, get a commission. OnlyFans. I was talking about it earlier. You know what I'm saying. Love y'all. Peace.